are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/RockASmile2. And if you are watching on YouTube and you like what you see, maybe leave a like, maybe leave a comment, maybe a little subscribe. And if you don't like see, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Oh yeah, also, by the way, if you are on YouTube and you want to see a specific game, do please tell me in the comments. Just because so that I can know and keep in mind for future. But anyway, so, yeah. Hello, hello, hello. Woo. Yeah, make sure I actually put that out. So let's switch the music up. As usual. Boom. Yeah. Boom. Double check this is on and all that. Yep, that's fine. Alright. And then, yeah. Let me, get the game up and rolling. Boom. Oh. I don't even remember what I was doing. Because it's been, like, months. Music's probably loud. Alright. So, oh, that's not my skin. One second. Let me be very confused. This is just a day. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Kind of strange how that worked. Well, it'll only be a minute. I guess that answers the question. To some extent, you know? I mean, nobody's here anyway, so it's fine. Actually, I am now curious. 1 second. I need to know something. As usual. Woo. Yeah. So I'm just gonna wait a second and we're gonna get it. I'm just don't think too hard about it, I guess. Yeah. Not long now. Not long now. Alright, let's see if this is fixed. It should be. Yeah, there we go. All fixed. Right. So, I'm trying to remember what it was doing. I don't. Because it's been... I mean, I do remember some things. Like... was working on the wall some. Not too much, because, you know. But beyond that... I was setting up stuff over here. And then the question becomes also, are people going to want me to go to the, try and find a trial chamber. Not that I'm specifically all that interested, but you know, I'm not against it if you guys want it. Yeah, actually, let me check something. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure I actually, I don't know. This is a day. Wow. Daily now, I guess, other than like on Sundays, but just to make sure. Okay. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I guess I'll just start with doing what I actually can do. But if anyone pops on and they want me to do something specific, I will do that. So, yeah. As we could see, the last thing I was really working on was this. It looks good-ish. Garish, but that's kind of the idea. Inside as well. Again, idea, though. But yeah, I'll just have to decide what I'm gonna do. I'm not sure. Oop. I fell in the hole. Well, I guess we could start by going and remembering that there is, in fact, the Santa Gnome. That's one thing that... Yeah. And, I still haven't worked on this at all. And I need to work on the inside here some, so maybe I can at the very least kind of start. Like, I know this here is not gonna... Yeah, maybe I should build up to this as well. I'm sure I have some more deep slate, so I could do that. Just so I can section off the area. Yeah. Maybe I do that to start with. Do I have any deep slate on me? No. Becomes question number 2. Do I have any deep slate? I don't think so. I know that everything I have on me currently is for this project. Maybe I'll make a quick, what's it called? A chest over here for this, so that this can be kind of worked on. Later. I don't really want to work on it right now. Unless it's desired to be worked on, of course. Do I have the things for a chest? Yes. Yes, I do. Yes. Alright. Can't sleep yet. Almost time. Oh, hello, Sky. Sure, why not? How you doing? And this is like 3 minutes, right? 1 second. Whew. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's 5? I thought it was shorter. But 5 it is. I swear I fixed the case like that just because I'm pretty bad at it, but I'm glad to hear you're doing good. I'll try my I'll try very, very hard not to do that. Yeah. Alright, okay, so where are... Yeah, this probably oughta... Let's get more chicken. More chicken. Yeah. And we come over here. And we do this. Let all the items get caught up. Get some stuff. On all my mending things. Yeah. Alright. So the question is, what do we want to do today? I was just wondering that, because it's been a while. That's empty. That's decently empty. Yep. And there's still some eggs to go. Oh, that was... Nope. That was the last one. Alright. Anyway, like I said, if there's anything particular you want to do today, I do want to know, because I have no idea. Oh yeah, the mushroom. That's right, I haven't actually... we could start working on that project. Oh! Well, that's a... Hi! Hello! Thank you for the raid. And thank you for the follows. Hello, hello. Whew. Hi. How you doing? Not saying the word. Saying the other one. There. Yes? Hello, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was good. Hey, yeah. Hi. Welcome to my stream. I was just trying to decide what we were going to do today on... This is just straight up vanilla Minecraft. But we were just discussing going out and starting a project I said I wanted to do. Hi. I hope you guys are doing well. Hey, Dragon, how you doing? Yeah, it is. I think it's one of those things you can do now. Nice. Thank you. Oh, thank you. But, yeah, I'm glad to hear your stream went really well. So, yeah, I'm thinking... So, we have two options today. For this is just straight up vanilla, like I said. I guess we could go look for a chamber. Maybe, sort of, possibly. It's gonna be really far out. Or we could work on the city, or we could do what Sky wants me to do, which is actually start on a project I've been discussing. Not for long, but I have started discussing wanting to do. Which is, because this world is kind of like a post-apocalyptic, but it's like a... it's a hard to explain one. But because that's the case, there's a place I've been wanting to make there's a mushroom island that's just huge that I've been wanting to make like a bunker on and stuff. That I haven't started yet, but we could work on that. And hello, Snow, 1 second. 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I have a dizzy. Ayo. And haha. Although I think I've still said it every single, like a couple times. Ayo. How you doing, Snow? And I can actually say, instead of going, or, everything but that, so, haha. But, I'm glad to hear you're doing good. Yeah, so which project should we work on? Trying to find a trial chambers. Not too fond of that, just because I don't have much interest in them. But if you guys want it, like I said, totally fine. So we go start working on the Mushroom Island and clearing that out for the, I think I have the ability to make some, Or, like, gathering things for that, I guess. Yes? Wait, which one? Or working on the city. I mean, we have a lot of things to do. Or do we work on doggos? Trial chambers. Alright, this should be 1.21. It says it's 1.21. I'm 90% certain it's 1.21. Which means it's a high chance it's not, because I'm not very... Well, you know me. Okay, so... Other than grabbing some more food. Get out of the way. Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, I don't know how it works on Java. Really on Bedrock either. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to snag some emeralds. I'm going to head out there, or head out in a direction, maybe. Sorta. That I haven't been in, obviously. I'll go use the nether roof. Which means I need to get out my... It's been almost exactly a year, I think, at this point. Maybe a little over. And oh yeah, this stuff... this down here is like nothing. Most of my other stuff is, I'd say, more impressive. Like, this is just the city that I've spent so little time. And obviously we've been doing other things in between. Like, I have a Bedrock world, and I have, like, 2 modded series that we've been doing for Minecraft, and a bunch of other games as well. So, you know, not too much time spent on this. But, like, we have a cherry village up here. I think I have some emeralds up here. I'm going to check. If I don't, I will have to get out something to do. Oh, chicken. I'll have to get out something to do trade for. Oh, this is our village. Whittington, as was voted. It'd be invaluables. Yeah, we have a few. I might need more than that, though, because I think I need a map maker, which this village definitely doesn't have because it's from 1.20. This is the library. Random houses. And this is all the extra jobs. Then, of course, you have, like, the other job profession places, like the stonemason, the blacksmith, which is also the toolsmith, and then the armor's, like, down below. That. And then, of course, the Fletchers. They have their own house. But yeah, really basic stuff. Overall. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I definitely have. Although a lot of this was pretty simple because it was just kind of basing it off the actual, like, Minecraft village. We can see where that started. Because I still have some of the buildings because I used them as reference. Because I wanted to make it feel very vanilla, but like with the new woods last year. I spent a couple weeks on this, and then yeah, oh yeah, here's my armors. I had to give up on having them actually be free roaming like the other villagers. The only villagers that don't get to be free roaming are Fletchers and armors, but it's not because like they're special. It's just like they literally can't find their workstations otherwise. I kind of don't get it. So I have some emeralds. I should probably go back down and check again. And I mean, this isn't even my base. This is just, which sounds so horrible because like my actual base looks so dinky in comparison. And you know. Maybe I have more emeralds over here. And I don't think I have any at my, like, I've mostly cleared out because it was a starter base, but it's also technically my base. But because I started before 1.20, I just stuck to a specific area, then afterward I was like, I'm going to find the right spot, and then it just so happened it was a village right next to a huge cherry blossom biome, which was amazing. Because that's just, like, crazy incredible. If I have any... I do have... But that's not really for spending. Oh yeah, I do have a bunch. Oh, whoops. Alright, never mind. But the concept, like, we go with the concept. Like I said, this world, it's post-apocalyptic, but it's not like your typical sci-fi-esque. Oh, thank you for the follow. As well. Very, very much. But, it's not like your typical, it's more like it's like a fantasy-esque style, kind of like fantasy elements kind of took over. So, like, this area, it's your typical, like, zombies, you'd have that kind of thing, but, like, the mushroom is going to be more like a magical fungus took over. And then I want an area eventually that also will have a, like, have the tinted glass around it so that it's always dark except for where it's lit up in the village kind of thing. Because the idea would be that it's, like, eternally dark there due to, like, curses and things. So it's a little complicated. Alright. So I think I'm going to dump the extra stuff. I have my bed. And yeah, the most impressive part about this is not even what you can see. It's what you can't see. I will say that. Because, like, yeah. This was a mountain. Obviously, the mountain came all the way down to about here. And now it doesn't. No, never would I go after. But hello, thank you for the cotton candy. Anyways, so I'm thinking, like I said, if we're going to do trial chambers today, I'm probably going to try, yeah, we also went out for doggos at some point. I love the doggos. Do I have any bones? Because we're going to go in the, I think, other than I need to find my, my obsidian. I know I have some, so we can go the opposite direction. Oh yeah, here it is. Nice. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna probably take a... I'm gonna take bones with me. And then I need something to mark the path. So I'm thinking I'm gonna do... Oh, what do I have? Can't use that because that's for that over there. Yeah, I'll just use, like, spruce. I have plenty of it. Alright. There. Oh yeah, before I go, do you guys want to see what my actual base looks like? Just because it is what it is. And I'll come back and I'll go over to the other portal, which is over here. And down. Otherwise, we could just straight go on to the whole... Alrighty, then I'll just quickly do it. It's not too... it was... I'm gonna make sure I don't have anything else there that I want to use. Since I might as well. But, like, we have the actual starter base, we have the fake starter base, and... yeah. I mean, that's mostly everything else at this point. Oh yeah, the Barbie house is over there. So I'll go do that real quick. I am really super proud of that. I kind of wish they'd introduced, like, a new wood this time as well, just so I could have done another village type. I think that would have been cool. Alright. It is this way. Which one is that one? I don't remember. But, like, this is spawn. Thank you, yeah. You got me over. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I didn't even realize because I don't look at that one specifically. But you're right. It is 300. Thank you. Here. I'm going to quickly go pop over to spawn so I can just show that in my base. Just to make sure I don't have anything. But this is my fake base because this is spawn. Which you could tell if you look at the materials, because I didn't have the materials. Nice. That's what I said. Thank you very much. At least I think this one is the spawn. It should be spawn because it's so far out. Because, you know, I live so far from spawn. But it's gotta be spawn because otherwise I'd have things in order to make this faster. I'm... me. Yeah. But we'll see in a second. Nope, I went the wrong way. This is the swamp. Well, I can still get back to, for frogs. Well, I could get back to spawn this way. It's easy enough. I picked the wrong one. Of course I did. Obviously that just literally was like a temporary just to get... And I still haven't finished setting up for frog legs because I need them for my base. I was like, this feels long, but it can't be. I just haven't started the infrastructure for moving the warm froggos over. Alright. Never have been so grateful though that I have this area so memorized due to like gathering of terracotta. Which just doesn't look like this has anything to do with that. Well, not terracotta, gold. Because it's like, it's always when I hit my the edge and I'm just like, no. I didn't do this to myself again. We should eventually do something with this village too. It exists. Yes, there. There's my gold gathering place. What? Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Oh, kitty, it's okay. Yep, Suna has declared that he's here. He wants his presence to be acknowledged, and so I acknowledge it. Kitty. Honey Bunches, come here. Alright. But yeah, we're not too far away-ish. Just super far. But at the same time, it's not really. It just feels far. I mean, it was a really lucky spawn. Since I always do random seeds typically. Well, 90% of the time. So it was like, had all the warm vibes and everything, but... because I started on Bedrock, I had no idea that on Java, mobs spawning worked so different. So, you know, imagine my disappointment when 1.20.5 comes out and I realize, oh, I'm never going to have armadillos spawning in this mesa. Or doggos. I have to go out like a couple thousand blocks for that. You know, I mean, it's fun, but it's the kind of thing where I go, okay, this is the kind of parody thing they need to pick a side and just do. I really do feel that way. Not to rant. I'm not going to do my ranting today. But, yeah. Like, it's one of those things. I'm left with, it's a shame more than anything else. And I know I could cut but at the same time, I have things I want to utilize. Okay. Which way am I going, actually? Which one is the one that's the wrong? This way-ish. Alright. This way. Ish. But, like, it's like, it's like on my... And the thing is, like, I never even came over here, but it already has counted like I've been here. because I hadn't, I guess because I had been, like, there. So that was also disappointing. My kitty has decided to make his presence even more known. He knows that he is loved. Anyway, let me get to my... I should have just taken the thing back, but... I know effectively where I'm at. Hi, what do you got? Nothing today. But I should be close, right? Like 500 blocks out. And I think it's storming. Yep. Although it's also just getting dark, but... I hate that I could tell that now. Alright, so this should be crossing over to the other sand part, and then from there, it shouldn't be that far. From what I remember, but... Or maybe it is. Oh no, it's fine. It's like... It's not that far. Yeah, I know where I am. Alright, so let me just go around and then never go down that, because I need to mark that one. I really do. Just because it's like, how far away is it? Super far. Alright. But I will say, I do love some things with the Java version. Like, I could escape drowns like 15 times easier. I still go there. Like... I don't know. Also, this version of the game is just a lot emptier. Still fun. Alright, literally on the other side of this hill is the spawn, and then from there, it's like I said, I'm not... I'll then be back on track. Yeah, see, you can see because we have some fake things here that could never exist. This is my... that I built, because I just needed a house at spawn. But it looks... Alrighty. I hope you have a good day/night. Yeah, this is my starter house, or not starter house. So what did I have over here? You know, I should take a golden apple. And these. So I am glad I came over here. Because those will technically be useful. And then I'm going to also check my... Like I said, I am going to check my actual starter base. I can't believe I went the wrong way. I really should have, like, but you can tell what, it feels like forever. And this is the right path, because there's only one path. I just went the wrong direction. Alright, yep, here's this, and then we're just going to go over here. Because I ran across the spawn area to the other way. Like I said, I want to make sure that I don't have anything I want to use. Yeah. Yeah. I guess my other magnificent thing over here, I don't really... focus too much on, but I do have a Barbie house. Like I said, I never even finished. I still haven't finished because I was working on a boat too. But I finished the Barbie house. Oh, I introduced Matt to something. I don't know what though. My priorities, I don't actually know what they are. But yeah. Just trying to remember. Not really. Regular carrots, but it's not really that big a deal. Alright. Yeah. I didn't think I had anything over here, but I wasn't sure. Yeah. I mean, I have copper, but that's not what I'm here for. Alright. Oh, wait. There is something I could do over here, though. Now that I think about it. If we're going for trial spawners and all that, right? I should gather something else as well, right? Something that I actually have over here to get. I just remembered the thing I can do over here. And I will get on with it. I think I should get some ominous potions. Or bottles. And that will require some pillagers. Lucky for me. I have a pillager outpost like right over here that I've done nothing with. Because I just never did anything with it. Other than avoid it. It should be like right... Although technically I don't know if it should still be here. I did... From what I remember, I did actually load those chunks. Yeah, there it is. Because I made a blunder. In the direction I was going for something. And, yeah, we ended up with this. Definitely continuing to exist. Alright. Don't kill me, don't kill me. There's gotta be some guys here. Oh! There are allies here all along. Okay. You're not who I need. Still gotta kill you, though. Yeah. I mean, in theory, they should... There's two things of allies here. I mean... Cool. I've got a spawn. Huh. Interesting. Oh. Of course, he despawned as he spawned. Of course. But, I mean, that wasn't the kind of guy I was looking for anyway, I guess. I'm looking for a banner guy. I just remember that I need it for the, to do the ominous trials. Although, I'm not going to do very good at that. I have to admit that. I know that. But I'm still going to try. Yeah. Really? Really? They still not who I want. How? How are you going to do that one? Alright, oh, I mean, this is not going how I was hoping it would. Normally my luck is pretty bad. And that they are... Well, you know what? This is still bad luck. In the opposite way. But now instead of, like, getting them when I don't want them, now I'm not getting them when I do want them. Wow. I'm gonna guess, like, you have to be, like, a certain height. I'm so bad at this. Come on. Surely somebody wants to spawn in. Surely a banner guy would like to spawn in. I have looting, so this should be relatively good. Come on. Not just a regular guy. Also, did I end up picking up... No. I did not. Alright. Over here, I just need one banner guy. Just one. I mean, I hear... Like I said, as soon as I get an omnibus bottle, I'm going to probably try... I probably should have done it over by the swamp. There were guys over there as well. And that one... I don't know. I think there's caves under here, which are eating up spawns, even though I haven't been here in... like, months. Oh, I finally actually picked something up. Yeah. I swear... I really would like to know, like, I mean, yeah, that's a cave. That's probably eating up my spawns. Oh, not with somebody. You literally shot at me and you up there. Yeah. Take that. I mean, that's another guy. Suppose if I keep killing them. Well, I'll take it. How? Thank you. Well, again, not really what I'm looking for, but still, it's better than nothing. I feel like this is going to take a long time. I'm sorry. I should have probably, like... Well, I don't really like coming over here, but I probably should have done something. It's just one of those things that gets super frustrating. It's like, I knew... I don't think bunnies to eat up like cows, but maybe I should just snag them up anyway. Because I'm gonna need food for the trial chamber, and I'm definitely eating it through my food. I'll take you. Thank you. Yeah. just gonna kill you guys. And then I guess I'll go back up top and try to see if I can't try again to get some of these guys to spawn. There's a guy. Yep, but again, he's not a banner guy. Again, this is the thing I'm not with. I don't know. Like, I always get banner guys. I don't want them. Yeah. But now that I do, it's like, nah, they don't exist anymore. I just think, did you imagine they existed? It's like, yeah. You're kidding me. So as usual, feel free to mock me. Like, my horrible ability to play this game, because I'm not. Very good. I'm fine. Thanks. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just really bad at finding what I need. Yep. I was hoping to get like at least one bottle. Come on, guys. I know this, like, banner case spawn from these things. I might not know that much about, like, combat in this game. I know that much. Mostly because I just choose not to. I like building. Alright, I'm gonna try coming back up here and see if I can't. I wonder if I need to go higher. Like, significantly higher. I mean, that guy exists now, but he's still not a banner guy. Maybe I should. Just... Come on, you gotta be in here, right? Nope. I'm gonna remember, this isn't bedrock. Shoot. Yep. I have so many of these things, actually. I do not need them. And you're still a normal guy. How? You have piercing. And I can't take it. Of course. Alright, come on. Surely there's... I almost want to go down, light things up, see if it helps with spawns. I don't think it will necessarily, because I know how I am with my luck. I wish I just... Yeah. I don't really want to hit up on a vault without one, because I just kind of want to try out, if I'm going to have to do it anyway, I'd like to try and do an ominous vault. Like I said, getting it all out of the way. Because, I mean, it's a thing, and... It's kind of ironic, though, that I'm going to do this before ever even raiding another fortress or the end. Come on. On this world. Obviously, I've done it on other worlds, but it's just like... that realization, like, wait a minute. Yeah, you guys are annoying. I'm not gonna save you. I know you exist. But I don't want to save you. I mean, they're sparkly, they're pretty, they're like the most loud and semi-obnoxious things I've ever played around with on this game. Yeah, let's take something. Hi. No. Like, really saying something. I mean, they work fine for, like, if you're doing, like, a farm that uses them, obviously, but I just... I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go back upstairs and sleep. And try again. I feel like I could build a base here. While I wait for these guys to finally have a banner guy spawn. It's not a banner guy. What I should have done is I should have, like, one of the times that we had, like, a... Well, I wouldn't have been able to because I didn't have it, but... if I had thought about it, what I would have done is I would have stuck one of them in, like, in a boat and name tagged them. So that when the update came around, I'd have a nice freebie. I didn't think to do that, you know, I just ran off because I didn't want to have a raid accidentally start in my village. You're still a normal guy. Yeah. Maybe I should. Not to... like, put it... just, you know... spruce it up a bit. Wait for the guys to spawn on me. Like, for example, we could... like, since these down... like, this area down here doesn't really get used... yeah. Since the area down here doesn't get used, I could, like... expand it out a little bit. Not a lot, but, like, if we were to expand it out... so I feel like the bottom... I mean, it looked real... I don't know, the shape is a little... if you ask me, but... I mean, it's fine. It's a mushroom. If you will. I mean, I don't care, but if I was to, like, you know, like I'm doing on my Bedrock world, kind of, like, RPG-esque, although in this case, I probably wanted to make it more, like, kind of Raider-esque, because obviously these guys are pillagers, right? I think I'd want to start, yeah, I'm not saying, like, it is, exactly. I mean, let's be honest, even you can see it. Once it's a little pointed out. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. But, like, the watchtower being the center of it is a little... I mean, like, it's fine. Actually, combine these all into one. But... I'm not saying that it's... I'm just saying... More of my issues, like, with it... kind of fall in line with the... If this is meant to be a pillager base, right? Or a raider's base, wouldn't they want to keep other raiders and individuals who, you know, might be seeking revenge out? Like, you know? I'm not, like, saying it would definitely be the case, but, I honestly probably should light that up down there. But beyond that, I'm just saying, like... I feel like design-wise, as a structure, it's just kind of alone. If you will. So, like, what I would think to do if I was doing something is what I'd start probably with is... Yeah, I see that guy, but he's not going to banner, but... like, I'd have a wall start maybe from over a little bit farther out than what it would actually be that they spawn in. So, like, maybe I'd raise the terrain here to about here, and then start putting a wall in around. I mean, maybe not, like, not every single one necessarily has to have it, but, like, and then you just kind of go around higgledy-piggledy, if you will. Just to have a space like this. And I just go around and then have, like, a gate. I mean, if they're gonna, like, change how raids work anyway, they might as well make it so that this is more, like, actually protected. Just because otherwise it feels so out in the middle of, like, anybody could come in. And their whole thing would be they don't want others to come in, you know? They wouldn't be the raiders. So logistically, I just don't see the logic of kind of... I mean, again, you could disagree. That is totally fine. That is how I always feel about it. I swear I saw a raider. He was just a normal pillager, but... I suppose he despawned. Nope, there's one over there, though. Like I said, you don't have to do that, necessarily. It just... Yeah. Oh, he dropped his, projectile. His, unbreaking too. But, I don't know, like, if they're gonna change how raids work, they should, I do feel they should have done a little update on how these work as well. Just because it feels... kind of lackluster. Let me go dump stuff. And said, it's fun, but it's just, it's like, I don't know. It'd be small things. Yeah, pick these up. And honestly, I mean, it's like, you could have lore reasons and stuff. I mean, obviously there is some actual post-apocalyptic stuff going on. Let's be real. Like, we know that. If you look around, at least. It's pretty obvious. So, why not throw in... I'm not going to specifically say, like, Mad Max, but... as kind of thing, just... But just, why not throw in, like, reasons for the raiders to be, like... You know... existing? Or rather, having, like, the ability to go anywhere? Hi, rabbit. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to light that up down there. Shoo. I'm gonna probably, like, clear this out some. Alright. But that's really where I'm left with. I'm not, like, saying it's, like, it has to... But it's just, like, looking around, I do feel... more than anything else, it's just a bit of a shame that I'm gonna actually leave this up here for now. I don't know, it just doesn't feel as set up as it could. I mean, I'm not against it being the way it is. There. Oh, don't despawn, don't despawn, don't despawn. You're what I need. He's gonna despawn, isn't he? I'm gonna leave my bed up here. Just, I don't even have time. Just in case he decides. I know I saw him. He was on this side. There. You. Captain. I got one. Finally. And I could get a second one. It only took way too long. Yeah, shoot at me. I bet you have piercing. And I still don't get to find out. But that's two. Do we want to try for a third? I mean, or do we just want to gather up what we have and go? For the sake of it. Yeah. Might as well. Alright, then we will try for a third while I'm working on, I guess. I'm gonna go put these upstairs then. I did not expect to finally get any. But see, it's what I didn't want them to spawn. My luck is so bad, but I'm glad it worked out in my favor for being bad. Alright, this is safe up here. I'm just gonna leave. Oh, we only got one. Oh, they don't stack. Why don't they stack? Oh, Bad Omen 2 versus Bad Omen 1. Whew. That can cause... That's spawning in right now. Well, this guy is. Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't make it so you could, like, craft your own. with like emeralds or something, or I guess maybe not emeralds, but totems of undying. I mean, obviously, you wouldn't wanna. But it's very much their style to do that. So... yeah, I really am surprised that they're just like, oh, it's fine. So at the same time, I bet they thought it'd be too easy. You know? Oh, you know, sacrificing your totem of undying. That's too easy. And I mean, I'm being silly, kind of, but... like... yeah. That kind of still has the caveat of... it is possible. I mean, just again, going with the whole. I mean, look at the the mace and all the nerfs it went through because it was. It's not overpowered. I still go with it wasn't. I mean. It looked overpowered. I still don't feel like it's very... yeah. I don't know. I mean, as I've said before, you can disagree with me completely and totally. I am totally up for that. That is A-okay in my book. I need to eventually get down there. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to get down there. While I'm waiting, at least. But, I mean... I can go down here, actually. Need to make sure nobody's spawned while I'm... yeah. I mean... it's fine to exist, I just don't think... I mean, I do still go with, I don't think they're lazy, they're the devs, okay? I don't. I just think they think too hard, or overthink everything. Which... isn't good. For a game. Because, I mean, either this is meant to be a late game item or it's not, kind of thing. If it's not meant to be a late game item, yeah, sure, have it be not very good. But, like, I mean... if it is meant to be one, you can add more fanciness to it. Just because some people are going to go and get it day one. Because, you know, that's just how some people are. Those same people, they raid the end the day one too. So, I mean... yeah. Never ever base your game around speedrunners. How fast they do things. That's how I feel. And again, you could disagree. It's fine. Or add more content. It's like that is a way to sure. I mean, obviously this is adding more content, but the content is just more of the same. And I'll go here. I mean, getting the ominous potions, other than waiting, all I'm really doing is killing these guys until enough of them spawn in that I get the one I want. But then it's just hack and slash. I think the actual combat update would have been more a more fruitful endeavor. Personally. Judging by how this game goes. Alright, we're just gonna light up there. I mean, that's not gonna do a lot, but it'll do a little. I guess I'll just have to slowly up the spawns, because might as well. But yeah, I'm not trying to complain or anything. I just, at this point, that's kind of what I look at. I really think that they should do smaller updates. I do think they should. But instead focus on things that are needing updates rather than adding things. Because otherwise it's incohesive. It's not cohesive. It's not fitting in with the game. And yeah, that's where I'm at. As I've said, I'd love to see like a food and farming update. Don't think they'll do that. I think it'd be cool to see an end update. Don't think they'll do that. Think they honestly should do, at the very least for parody reasons, a combat update. They're not gonna do that. But, like, at the least, like, updating some of the older biomes, maybe adding a few new items, but overall, nothing too crazy. Give me something I want. Thank you. What level is it? I'll have to check upstairs. Alright, I did not light up much, and it actually is helping a lot, so... Yeah. But... honestly, that's the kind of thing... honestly, that kind of update doesn't feel as bad to miss out on, as well. You'll still play the game if you've been playing. But you can go check that out in a new world. Or... But... throwing it into making it, like, all these new items and stuff... Yeah, okay. And stuff, and a lot of them don't really have a use other than to build. I don't... They're not good long term. They look fun, or they look exciting short term. But they're not going to be remembered long term. Oh, you can only sleep when it's night, but you exist. Ish. Alright. But I mean, like I said, the updates that are going to be most remembered are ironically, other than, I mean, kind of like, there's reasons to remember 1.20. They're not all good reasons. But like, what does, it's like 1.19. What does 1.21 really have going for it that's lasting? It's items. That's it. Whereas 1.20.5 has the updates to the doggos. It adds things that are upgrading current things. And the only thing they should hope for is that 1.21 has people end up lumping that in, even though it should have been part of it anyway. And yeah, that's how I feel. I'd rather see, like, smaller things, but things that need updating. Just clean things up a bit. Alright, and I still go with, I find it crazy that the one that was too big was, when going back and looking at what was in it, the big one that was the painful one was 1.16. When you look at 1.14, it's just like, I mean, yeah. I don't know. Oh, look at that. There's our problem. I'll come back later. But good to know. But I think I got this stuff lit up so that as long as I'm up in the tower area, things should be more likely to spawn. Clearly. Because nothing's spawning there now. So that'll help. Woo. Alright. But yeah. Not trying to complain or rant anything. I know I am. I know I am. Let me be clear. That is just how I feel at this point. How'd you live? Right. Yeah, my spawns are getting better. Although I don't know if it's because I've been here for a while. Or if it's because I lit it down there, or if it's a combo. It's another ominous potion. I really don't know what levels I'm getting. I don't think it really matters. Ironically. Let's see what we've got. That's 4. Oh, you got another 1. Goodness. I almost had enough to get a really big battery going. Oh boy. We'll hop down. Alright. Yeah, hi sparkly things. Yeah. Yep. Alright, and then I just saw one over here. Or was that the guy that was... Nope, it wasn't. There we go. Wow. That was impressive. Even for me. How'd that even happen? Yeah. So, we do have a couple bottles. There's another guy. And these guys are actually now spawning in. So, yeah. I saw one guy. Anybody else want to spawn in? You know, I feel like I should ask, what do you guys want me to play tomorrow? I know it's a little way... it's earlier than I normally ask, but I'm curious. As usual, obviously we have all the usual suspects. Cats. Okay, we can do cats. Oh, there's 3 of you now. Four. Alright. I can't pick this up. What level is this? 3. Of course it is. Well, we've got even more. We're gonna have to decide which ones we're gonna take with us. Honestly, it's shocking how easy it is to just kill these guys. Whatever I picked up, I picked up. But I've wasted about half of my food, so my worry was for fairness there, so I'm gonna have to cook up some stuff. Which I knew I would have to. I'm gonna take stuff back upstairs a second here. And then I'm going to go ahead and go snag some cobblestone. And, yeah. I've got 7 of these now. I'm keeping my son as my son. I know I don't need it, but I kind of do want to... I do actually kind of want to start doing a little bit of, like... just... kind of... I mean, they're not here right now anyway, so... Oh, there's one. Alright. So, I know that there's a crafting table in here. I'm gonna do that. Alright, I'm thinking, like, from here. Yeah, come over here, buddy. How? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm thinking is we're gonna go like that. And then kind of like that. I'm gonna see how this looks. I'll just throw a few together and then, or a little bit of this together just for my own, here, I don't know. And then I'll come up here, I'll cook up the meat and then we'll head out. Do I actually have anything to, yeah, I do. That way, it's... Alright, I don't know if there's going to be any more guys down below. You never know, right? Ow. That doesn't matter. Any of these? Oh. How? Alright, I'm gonna steal these for now. I know I'd probably normally leave them, but I just... Yeah. There's another guy. Yeah. Alright, where's the other guy? Yeah. You have piercing. Yep. Alright. Sure. And then we could do the same thing here. Huh. There. Okay. 2, 3, and then what we could do is like here, and then yeah, kind of. I mean, it's not gonna look perfect because obviously this is Minecraft, but you know, just to kind of create more of a raidery kind of vibe. Maybe I do it more square because we're just like this. Yeah. I kind of like it. And then I don't have much left, so it didn't do like bop. There, and then you just kind of go this way. To kind of start kind of like something like that. I mean, it's not perfect in any idea, and I could have done it with actual blocks, but I didn't. So there's that, but I don't know, you could tell me what you think. I have this very tiny mock-up of what I would think would kind of go around. If you want. Just 'cause. Alright, I think I can just pick some up down here. I mean, the whole idea is just kind of like, I mean, you do get walls. Thanks. I probably won't complete it today, obviously, because I do want to try and at the very least get out there and try to search out a, but yeah, I mean, it shows kind of a kind of individual, maybe. And then I actually think I'd want to come down to here, probably. And then you'd have like a gate-ish here. Maybe, and then like, or maybe farther out, like here. I'd find a way to get it over, but then it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then here. It's not. And that'd just be a small entrance, and then can have like doors open out or whatever. From there, but I think coming down the hill and everything would be good. Maybe doing it in that blocky style of Minecraft by using those walls and stuff. Well, probably actually, but yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and beyond. Kind of just do this so you can add like a light in here. Yeah. And then just because I've marked out those spots, at some point maybe I should come back and just like actually fully decorate this to be a raider camp. But then this could be... Really? Like that. And then, like I said, then you'd go across and all that. And I don't know. We'll come back at some point and really work on it. Yep. Also, I do feel like they would have a stove inside. So this will go inside just to... because I can. Alright, and I do have a little bit of extra, so I could actually start working on what I would think to do, which is just expand this out a little bit. Not crazy amounts, but like and I mean I wouldn't mind the tower part. I think the tower though should be a little bit higher. It feels very stubby. So now I think about it, this doesn't... I guess technically what you could do is you come in here. Not that this actually I think is required. But yeah, and then you can have like a little slot like that. By the way... Alright. Yeah. I'm just gonna cook the food. Oh, there's another guy. Alright. You have piercing. Yeah. You might have piercing, but it doesn't matter. Wait, where'd you come from? I mean, they haven't been spawning in there this whole time, so if they started spawning in there, that's kind of crazy. Is it because I stuck spawn blocks up here? And a light? Don't know. Alright, I'm gonna need to clear out what I do and don't want. And then we can go! Like I said, at this point, I'm just... I've gathered enough potions. We're going to be good. Hello, Chris. Sort of. I'm raiding some raiders. They get to keep most of this stuff because I don't want it. But... I'm thinking of later coming back, even if I have to deal with them the entire time, and just fixing this area up for them and making it feel more raidery. I feel for them. They got nothing going on here. Actually, you know what, we're just gonna put that in there. I know it's a waste, but you know. I'm just gonna hang out up here unless I see Banner Boy. Because that's the only thing I'm really here for is them. Shockingly. No, I'm not gonna burn it down. I need this place to be findable. And then this actually will burn down. That's the thing. I have even more of these things. Yeah, we could eventually talk about it, but I'm going to go... He's coming up, right? Yeah. Really? I mean, sure. I'll leave you your stuff, too. Alright, I need to decide from the moment I pick this up. Oh. Really? Right. I don't need that. Thank you. I need these. I need to decide how many I can take with me. Alright, I don't need seeds. I might leave the 4 here. No. I'll leave the 4 here for later. Yes. And here's the irony. We're heading out. Goodbye. So we're gonna head back to the city so that we can head up atop. Actually, yeah. We're just gonna use the portal. But we're going to try and find a trial chamber today. Keyword being try. So I'm sure you know how bad I am at this game. Yeah. No, that's fair. We got places to be. We've got sheep. I don't know about that, my friend. I am okay at this game. Yeah, remember, I am super... I mean, not super, I guess, but... We got prof... on one of the items. And I still haven't stuck... I mean, the only other thing I would say is, should I go put mending on everything just so it doesn't break? I'm not saying I should. I'm probably not gonna. But... yeah. You know what? We're gonna set an actual... Yes, put mending. Alrighty then. Then I gotta go back to the village entirely. Oh. Give me a second. Let me do this. Bop, bada, bop. There we go. Hey. Not you, the chat. Alright. I need to adjust this so it's my... Like, I don't get how this is how that works. But, you know. Yeah. There we go. Alright. So we'll go back to the village. We'll get mending on our armor. I need levels for that, but that's fine. I have an XP farm. So everything's good. The irony is the only piece of gear, I think, as far as my armor is concerned that has mending on it is the golden chest plate. Because I just... And then we'll head out, because I know where to go. I don't want to take too long. I need... You look... Fair enough. I mean, I'm wearing it. I think it's fine for what I'm doing, typically. And I know that technically I should probably just... No, it done. I know it done. I'm gonna go snag some stone. Because I have some. I'm gonna go check to see if there's any food as well. Oh. Ow. Yeah, my boots need repairing. Oh yeah, wanna say hello to his Gnome? Here. Hello, Sentinome. Oh, thank you for the follow, the Rat Queen. Thank you very much. See? Sentinome. Anyway, I don't really have another chest plate handy at the moment, so... And it's good for going through the nether. Why am I carrying gold around? So... Yeah. Hi. Fair enough. Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Yes. As you can see, we're gathering everything for a raid on the, a trial chamber. Well, actually, I don't think it's as obvious, but as I said, that's what we're working on today. We've got the ominous potions now. I think I should put mending on my gear just because I should. And then probably heal it up a little bit. Do I have any... I mean, I have the ability to make quick cash. Like nobody's business. There we go. There's the car I got asked to build one day. I mean, ironically on this one, I'm usually willing to actually build things. Everything else, I'm like, nah. This one I do. Alright. Just gonna continue collecting levels so that this will be plausible. Let me go back upstairs, go sell these. I don't remember how much mending is. Because it's been, like, a while. What is in here? Just soul speed books. Okay. Also, why am I running around? I don't need this. Oh, that's why. Do I have any books? I have paper. I have books. I think I only need like 3. Alright. And I'm gonna need enough emeralds afterward for a map, so it's not... But yeah. My current... Eventually we're gonna put in the elevator up and down, because this is a lot of work. Or just a lot of climbing back and forth, but yeah. What time is it? It's going to be their night. They're not going to want to sell to me. Also means I have to remember where the mending guy is. It's been a while. But I could go say hello to my cats. My cats. Hello, cats. Aw, hello, babies. And more babies. Yo. Alright, I'm just gonna carry this around and then sleep when I think it's time. Also, I should put things away. I mean, I have space up here, so... Here, I'll sleep here. Yeah, my reminder. Light up cave. Yeah, I'll keep this here. Alright, I'm gonna leave this here until I come back to go get that, but... Is it you? I don't remember who it is. Silk Touch... Feather Falling... You do have Mending, but I think I have a cheaper one. Because I specifically got a Mending guy. I just don't know where he is. You're not... You're just a random dude. You're the blacksmith guy that is probably stuck because, you know, flowers can be walked through for some reason in their brains. I do... Wait. You're new. Alright, there are some guys up here. Sorry, buddy. This is Infinity, Piercing Infinity. And Frostwalker. Like I said, I swear though I had a Mindy guy. That wasn't the other guy. Yeah. There you are. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Alright. I knew I had a guy who was cheap enough. I just couldn't remember. Alright, I don't think I have anything... I can pick this back up. Nice. I could kill some cows. I could. And now I have to remember if I have an anvil somewhere. Or if I need to make one. If I need to make one, I still gotta check down below, I think. For the iron. So there is that. Let's just go straight down. And if I have an anvil, there's a high chance it'll be down here. I do. Nice. Alright. Gear piece number 1. Actually, let's just chuck a few pieces of that. So I could put... Let's put it on the boots first. Alright, boots, mending. I know technically it's probably like the least efficient way to do this, but I don't care so much about it, so yeah. And the last one to have mending. Alright, and then we're just gonna do a quick, we have our XP farm here. Which also doubles as a zombie flesh, obviously, to go take to the one villager type. Come on, guys, come give me some levels so I can kind of heal this up. Yeah. I know it, but I'm not playing to be efficient. The only reason I even had the villagers all set up is because I was just ticked off by the village update that they were discussing. As a Bedrock player. I'm not a master. I know it's not the best way to do it. I need prot on this. Although, ironically, other than like Swift Sneak and the stuff for the helmet, I should be fine. I think I have everything else on here. So, and I'm breaking, I guess. But that's it. Mostly because I got super lucky on the the thing, and I got like Depth Strider and Feather Falling, I think. Alright. I mean, it is healing. Slowly. What's the time outside? Yeah. Alright, I wish... what did I pick up? More on flesh. There's a torch. Oh, I need to go back up. Alright, yeah, okay, I have plenty to sell and get some levels from that as well. Let me just dump some stuff down here. I'll come back down for the stuff. It's fine. I don't need that. I mean, I think the worst thing is just I'm very messy and everything. And I know it. I know it. You don't have to tell me. I don't need the leather. So I'm gonna gather some of the zombie flesh up and just take it upstairs to go sell. It's worth emeralds. I need more emeralds so that when yeah. Alright. I mean, that's already looking much better. Yeah. So I'm gonna head upstairs. I'm gonna go sell the zombie flesh. Get some emeralds. I just didn't realize how much I already had. I mean, I have 2 priests, or cleric. So it'll be fine. And they'll probably downstairs now to interact with the others. Yeah. I should see if I have any proc guys. The irony is, I think the only book guy I don't have is protection. If I'm being 100% honest, I'm 90% certain I don't have a protection guy. Right? Feather falling, mending, lure. Nobody else is over here because obviously nobody needs that. Sharpness, yeah. Yeah, you don't. You're not actually. I don't think I actually haven't traded with you yet because you're new. Still like someone else's what? Efficiency. Yeah, I just. Yeah. Okay, I hate that this is how. Alright, Mr. Villager. Actually, you know. Yeah. Yeah, that was a little bit. You're a looting guy, which I had to give up and accept that was the kind of looting I was gonna get. I wish I knew who it was. Yeah, I do have a fortune 3. Wait, do I? Yeah, I do. Frostwalker. I wasn't sure if I'd want, but yeah, I don't think I have a protection guy. Awkwardly enough. Oh yeah, and that guy's here. So, and I guess I could always check. Another pair, but I think I'm gonna accept that I don't have the best of chance on here because I don't want to figure it out. Which one are you again? Feather falling. You are like the only guy that actually goes to your job. Yeah. Wait, sharpness 4. Yeah, and then I got like all the other, but it's fine. And then you were the mending guy. Yeah. Alright. I've got through, I've looked, I just realized I don't have a prot guy. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know where my stonemasons are either. You're... I wish I knew which one you know, I'm almost tempted to try and see if I could get prot out of him, but I don't wanna. I really don't wanna. I'm just gonna find my stonemasons. Sell the stone I have on me. I have emeralds. Woo. Did my stonemasons die somehow? I mean, yeah. Ironically, like, you could get, like, I guess that's why you keep them in the locked up kind of thing, but ironically, on Bedrock, although this new update really has messed with that, but thank you. Like, you still kind of get them going where they're supposed to go. Like, rather, they don't just, like, wait till, like, midday. To be more exact. I don't understand like, I mean, obviously they can get their job at any point, but it's just, like, the restocking thing, I really don't understand how villagers work. I really don't. And how they can be so different between versions. When they're aiming for parity. They say. Alright. So I have 31 again. I don't have any prot, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. They say. But it's the same kind of thing. It's like the big things that will never, ever get a... You know. By the way, where are the chickens at? Do I have the ability to cook more? Or kill more, cook more? Yeah, I do actually. Okay, cool. Like, if they care about parity, they would do, well, some of the bigger things. Like, how do I put this politely? Like, they'd come up with a solution for the combat. Beyond that, I honestly think they... Like, one of the biggest things that I am left with the difference between Java and Bedrock is it's so much harder to just travel in the Nether without having that Nether roof access. That is just treated like it's... Alright. Oh, that's the last one. Yep. Alright, I can cook that. I can put this in here. Where is the chicken at? Oh yeah, I have. I just haven't cooked it. Let me go do that really quickly. No wonder I'm feeling like I'm behind on food. But I am determined to at least try. Alright. I get out there. But, yeah, I mean, if they want parody, well, if I'm being honest, the first thing I would think of to try and focus on that would be something like an actual combat update. So that both versions, and it could be crappy for everybody involved. Yay. Not really yay, obviously, but, like, at least to be something. But, like, it's... Alright. My armor should be mostly healed. I wonder if I have any diamonds to just quickly kind of, like, mock up a pair of boots and see what we get on it. Because I could. Or rather, what it would be. I know I have some diamonds. I think I've broken some, to be more exact. I'm just trying to see if I have any that's it, too. I guess let's see what we get. Well, it is enough for boots. Or I could make a chest plate, but then I'd have to go buy another mending, and I don't really want to do that. I could just try and see if I can't get a prop for... I have that on that. So... I almost have enough for both the helmet and the boots. I'm gonna just go see what this would be. I know I could go buy a pair of boots. I'm not gonna. I just want to see what it would be. Cause it... I mean, this takes no time. Yeah. Our boots are healed, so let's just see. If it would be either Prop 4 or the other, I might do it. And obviously I'd have to combine them, but maybe something. Unbreaking. My current boots, do they have unbreaking? No. Maybe. And yeah, I mean the chance of getting Prop is like low, but you know... Alright, we can just wait a second on this. I feel like this is all just prep work. Because it is. But I kind of just... I don't know. For now, I can go in there. And then, do I have any... I do, actually. Cool. Because I do that. Alright. That's the time. Alright, let's see if we can't get a few more. Come on, guys. I just want to get up to enough to see. If we get lucky enough. that would be amazing. If we can't, actually, you know what I really should do? Now that I think about it. It's been a while. Let's. How much has been stocked up in here? Not much. Not much. I mean, it could have been more, but I don't. I obviously don't do a whole lot. I'm just, like I said, as soon as I checked the boots, because this is my own stupidity talking here, going, you know, I might get lucky. We're going, no matter what. I know I've said this already like 3 times, to which I apologize. But this time I do mean it. I don't know if I should make an ender chest, actually. Do I have the ability? No, I don't have it. Now that I think about it. Because I haven't raided a fortress. Like I said, I've been on this world just busy doing other things. Come on. Alright. So let's go kill the zombies. That should take me up to about level 27. Maybe 28. And then we have to wait for about another couple seconds. Oh, but if one of these guys drops gear that's enchanted, that would be... Oh, it's not even. Amazing. This guy just do his thing. I do wish I could do more than 2 at a time, but you know, it's just how it goes. Alright. Yes. Why does it have to take so long? I mean, this isn't gonna... I actually followed a tutorial on this, so this isn't actually gonna improve. Unfortunately. Maybe at some point I should try doing like a creeper farm. I don't know how I'd do it, but I'd try. I'd be willing to try at least. I mean, obviously it has to be one of these buildings as well. Could be one. This is a tree farm here. I don't know. No, I know. I'm just saying at some point maybe we should. But I don't know what building it would be in or how far out it would be, because I think it would have to be here, because this is where my farms, for better or for worse, are. So, yeah. Now we've hit level 27. I knew we would eventually. Yeah, I don't... See, the problem is, I don't think I have any... Like, that would have to be, like, outside of the city somewhere else. Instead, it'd probably be easier just to light up caves. Although I've lit up a lot of the caves, so it's not as... Like, if I was to do something here, I mean, we know... Well, I know I've lit up quite a bit down below. Like, a lot. Because I intend to eventually use it in building. So I don't think it'd be as problematic to have it be a little bit closer to the home down below. Although I suppose at the same time, could make it like a floating ray of death. Yeah. in the sky. Like an enforcer building. But that would need to be like a little bit further out. Like if I was to do it as a building that's in the sky, I'd probably want to do it flying like here. Or have the build just be a super tall building here. Just thinking about it a second. Just because I'm part of the reason that those, other than the fact that it's meant to make them look a little bit more quaint. Yes, I do know that. And then if you want to do creepers, what you've got to do is you need to have trapdoors on the top too. I knew, kind of. And then there's like two methods to luring the creepers over. One of them involves cats and one of them involves snowmen. So when we do this fire, which method would we want to use? The cats or the snowmen? I think snowmen. Yes, I was gonna say I think snowmen myself, but because then it could look like they're like. I mean, obviously you wouldn't really see them, but they'd just be like there. And then I'd have to research how to do it. Like, how far can they how close do they have to be to explode? Because obviously that's different on Bedrock to Java by quite a bit. And then, heck, there'd even be the question of, do we let them fall to their deaths? Or do we use our looting sword to get extra? Because that's the thing, too. Obviously, if this was Bedrock, the best option would probably be setting up a trident thing of a bobber that I don't really understand, but, you know. Gives you all the looting, if you will. But this is Java. And I don't really want to AFK. I mean, that's the thing. That's part of why I would want it closer to the ground, probably. Because this is my stream world. This isn't like I do videos on here where I'm just, like, sitting around. Because otherwise, like, Hedge needs the computer. Little bro needs the computer. Can't just AFK for hours on end. So yeah. Whereas I think if I was to have it lower to the ground, even if I have to light up, like, and what I probably want to do with it is, no. You wouldn't prevent poor Hedge without, like, the poor Hedge Wolf from being able to stream. She'd be so sad. Never. She'd have the saddest face. And besides, I think it'd be better to do something more to the ground, because, I mean, especially if I do something, like, what I would maybe do, yeah, not the sad Hedge, wouldn't want to hurt her, especially now, she just had her birthday. cruelty. And let's be frank, my little bro just wouldn't care. He'd be like, I'm on the computer now. Don't care. Logging out. So, yeah. That was more iron. Collect that, and then eventually we're going to stump that through to get more, no, we're at the end. I'll be able to check and find out for realsies what it was. And then probably be disappointed because it's not anything other than unbreaking. But yeah, no sad hedge. And for anybody that does not know, Hedge is my little sister. She just also streams. She's a hedge wolf. Not connected to Sonic or any Sonic things. Though she's not very her own original thing. Just so you know, because yep, that's fine. I'm just saying, because obviously, like, I got raided earlier. If there's anyone still listening and lurking, I mean, I don't want to have them be like super confused. But yeah, I mean, I stream, Hedge streams, and my little bro, he does YouTube videos. Alright, after this, I should have enough to check. And then once we've checked, we head out. This is also letting food cook, so. But yeah. Alright. I mean, obviously, we all have our own lovable cats. Alright, we can check. Let's go check what the boots have on them, get disappointed, and move on. Oh wait, I forgot the lapis. Never forget the lapis when you're doing something like this, right? Yeah, I mean, and obviously we all do our own thing. I accidentally logged in on her account earlier, found out, oh, so as long as we're on the same computer, it's gonna believe we're the same person. Good to know. Went logged out, logged back into me. I feel like it should be smarter. Alright, these boots. Oh! Maybe? I don't know how expensive they're gonna be. Too expensive. Haha! We have the perfect boots. Ta-da! We got it. So at least our boots are better. Nice. Which means we're probably going to lose these in the trial chamber. More like got some luckiness. Oh, Kitty woke up. Because that, you can't call that anything but some luck. And I'm not going to check for the helmet, because I don't have... Beyond anything else, I don't have that, but... Alright, let me make sure I have everything I need. Question why I didn't make a ender chest, but you know what? It's fine. I'm gonna take extra food. Oh yeah, and then I remember, because I haven't raided a fortress. Alright, let's go up to the roof. Which means I have to go out a ways, because I just... yeah. Honestly, I should make a one closer, but I'm not gonna. What I really need to do is I just need to make an easier path over. But, I mean, it's a lucky break, you know, sometimes you get... We're not gonna die to drowning. Alright. Luckily, it's not too far away. It'd have been faster if I went up and down, I think, but... yeah. What I probably should do is do, like, a dock back and forth from this island. Building something like a, lighthouse or something. Because obviously this is our access point to traveling farther. Alright, I have everything I think I need. Alright. We are going to go out this way. No, this way. I think. Which this way? No. We're going to go this way. Alright. Alrighty. One, two, three. Because it's easier this way. Oh wait, I should light them up. What am I doing? I know better. Because I don't want anything to spawn on them. I meant to bring something like carpet. But this is useful too. Maybe I just use torches. We'll start with this, but then we'll flip to just torches. I should have. Yeah. There we go. And then one more, and then I'll just do just torches for efficiency's sake. All right. Yeah. I'm obviously in a Soul Sand Valley. I need to know how far I'm going. Oh, kitty, no. I hear you. Yeah, I do hear you. Alright. There we go. And I'm just gonna go out about 10,000 or 8,000 blocks. I'm not sure actually if I need to go that far out this way. This is about 4,000 blocks here. But I'm just going to go all the way out to 8,000 just to be sure, because I don't remember. Am I doing it like this? If they ever do decide to have another update, I mean, it's a lot easier to just be like, yep. Because I'm only going like in alright, and I mean this isn't as easy in the bedrock, obviously. Alright, there. Knowing how this tends to go, I'm probably gonna just there we go. Oh, did I bring? Yes. We're probably gonna be underground, just knowing my luck, but we're gonna hope we're not. Alright. Oh, I need to take my bed out just in case. Yeah, bed. Alright. Hey, we found a savannah! Yeah, I know. I was worried for about half a second that I had done that to myself. Believe me. I don't think I've been out this far. I'm gonna look around to see if there's a village. And there should be a way to figure out if we've been here or not. It's not looking good. I don't think I've been out this far. So, but... Alright, where's our buddies? I legit went the opposite direction. Alright. Unless it's a different kind of spawn rate. Oh, is that a pig or is that what I think it is? Hoping it is, rather. Yep, we're in new chunks. We're in new chunks. Alright. You know, as long as I'm here, I'm going to collect the iron. This is the right kind, right? Yeah. Yeah. And grab that too. I don't need it, but I want it. There is a village. So as soon as I have this iron, I'm gonna go check that out. I don't know which trade it is for the map maker. So I think that's what we do now. Like trade level, I mean. I probably should have looked into that. But we have a lot of emeralds, and we can make more emeralds. Might as well collect these as I'm here. For various reasons, including... Alright. And here's the thing. So one of the dog biomes I don't have is this one. Well, technically I don't think it is this one. I think it's like down below, down there. Is the one I don't have? I see sheepies. But I'm not sure. Kitty, I see you. Alright, Kitty, I can see you. You're not invisible. So I'm gonna go over to the village and just see what I can see. It's not too far away, so... and I probably should check where, but I'll do that in a bit. But hey, we finally have armadillos. I think I actually did have the armadillos on the other side too, maybe. But this is guaranteed armadillos. Kitty, what are you up to? What are you up to? You know. Kitty. No. Alright, sorry. So let's see first if yep, there is a map maker. Well, that was lucky. Yeah, empty map or 24 paper. Give me a second. I should have brought paper with me, but I did not. So, right. I'm gonna have to look around a minute and just see what we find. Ooh, hello, blacksmith. Iron. It's kind of hilarious. Yeah, I guess. I'm just gonna look around a minute, try and see if we have any easy squeezy paper. If not, we have the ability to do emeralds. It's not that big a deal. Well, to start with, I'm going to need more emeralds, but I think I have a chance. Huh? Oh, is it? I think that there is a certain degree to it. Like, obviously, if you're really good at the game, it makes up for the luck, potentially. But it'll never be quite as... Which would I prefer? If I have to be honest, I think between the two, I'd rather be lucky than it would be good. But here's why. Yes, hard work can make up that percentage. But if you could get good once you, with that luck, like, you can get good. Even if you're not lucky. Or even if you're lucky. But you can't get lucky just because you've gotten really good at the game. Or whatever it is. So I would say between the two, being able to get lucky. Because it has a much more infinitely expanding potential. So, yes, that's what I'm saying. Obviously, I'm not very good. Like, even if you're as bad as I am at the game, you have a chance. At improving. But for example, like this, there's no sugarcane. No matter how good at the game you'd be, this is just... There is this. Well, potentially. I mean, again, it depends. We got some more emeralds, and we do have a diamond. Huh. Like I said, it really will depend on your... amount of luck with it. I think I actually do have some luck here, because I think this is, yeah. Nice. So we do have the ability to do this once. But it's more than I did. To be more exact, shipwreck with paper. That's what I need. Although, what I really wish I had was the sugarcane. And oh look, puppers. Although that's not really that impressive. But yeah, I mean, that's really where I'd go with it, is it's like... And the other thing I'd say is, no matter how lazy you are, your luck is probably going to help you improve at least somewhat. Again, it's that whole... the potential. And there's the sugarcane. Do I have room? Yeah, I can toss the seeds. So like I said, that's really where I kind of go with it. More than anything else. It's... it depends. Look at the game. I mean, if you continuously just get kind of lucky, yeah, you might not improve on the game. But you might start picking up on what works at the same time. And thus, improve on the game anyway. Whether, yeah, really should have or not. Whereas someone who just is really good at the game, right? Sure, they also know those exploits and everything, but the amount of work required to get it was quite a bit more. So that's kind of where I go with. It's not that I think it's... But obviously, in other situations, it may be that the hard work is better. After all, I'll be honest, you get looked over more if they decide it's just luck. Rather than skill. So you're less likely to... pick the nose, even if you do end up putting up in the same kind of amount of work. Because there's always people who just... Oh, they look at it's like, well, but you didn't, I guess, earn it. So, I mean, that's the other side of it. You can literally get discriminated against because you're too lucky. So that's why I say it's more like, it depends when, how, what specifically ends up happening with it. Because there's the philosophical versus the practical. The perspective of, obviously, like, from a, like, a, rather than logical, more instead on the, like, as you said, like, sayings and stuff. Obviously, somebody who's just lucky, they're just gonna waste away their talents, whereas someone who's hardworking, but at the same time, that's not necessarily true. Or even if it does become true, it may be due to outside forces. Like, I mean, no matter how hard you succeed, you're looked over because, you know, you're not hardworking. You clearly got it easy kind of thing. So, yeah. So in games and things, yeah, it's good to be lucky. In real life, not so much. Unfortunately. And I mean, obviously you can disagree, that's fine. Not saying you have to agree. See, the pumpkins would be good because I could grow the pumpkins and use them to get emeralds, but at the same time... yeah. You don't disagree nor agree? Fair enough. Because obviously, again, it's a case-by-case basis. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it is. But yeah, I mean, that's really where I think I'd end it with. Is... it's only good in specific things, and another thing that's not so good. Also, what the heck is that? Is that what I think? Is that? Okay. Well, I don't know if this is lucky or not. I don't want to mess with the suspicious sand. But, like... huh. I mean... nice. Okie dokie. Yeah, I gotta love when this happens, but at the same time, it's so weird. I mean, technically, if I go down, I'll be able to see if there's any... I'm not gonna look. I'm good. Alright. Just gonna head back this way. But yeah, like I said, that's really where I'm at and how I look at it. And I don't really think there's much of another way to really, really look at it. Other than to have one opinion or the other. Not saying that, like, I mean, just like, you believe the extreme one way or the other. Or you have to admit, there's a decent chance it's a case-by-case basis. Yeah. So, yeah. Alright. I think I need to go back this way. Just 'cause? Yeah. Alright, yeah, I think it's this way. I should probably check. Am I gonna? Probably not. Yep, this is correct. Alright. I just did. I just have to find the spot. That's the town. And, yeah. So I'm gonna take this side, even though it's probably not correct. Because I can go around. Mostly because I wasn't paying attention to the exact chords. Because that's just not what I do. But either way, we've got 2,000. Oh my goodness. Ooh, look at that. Isn't that fancy? Don't want to go that way, mind you, but it just, that's a lot. That is deep. Alright, I think I see where I need to go, maybe? I'm trying to remember, did I get a Grove Dog already or not on here? It's a shame that they're supposed to be, like, all, how do I put this? It is a shame that it's, alright, so this is here. Alright, I should be getting close. Yeah. But they aren't really exposed to air, I don't think. Otherwise I could go peeking for trial chambers that way. Especially since I just don't care about them all that much. Was it raining? No? Alright, so... There we go, sleeping. Alright, so mountains, we're here, right? Where are we going? Still going the right way, overall. Got some snow mountains. Oh wait, no I'm not. I'm going the wrong way now. So it only should be 8,000 blocks out. What am I thinking larger? I was close. But now I have to figure out which way to go for the, probably not this way. I'm gonna go around this way though first, because, you know, just to check. Before I go back. But I wasn't in a grove, so it's not gonna be that. Alright, Alright. So we can go this way. And if it's not this way, then once I hit 8,000, I'm gonna go the other way. I mean, this is very adventure-esque. Kind of Zelda-esque. Speaking of which, you guys saw the Direct a couple days ago, right? Maybe not. You saw bits and pieces. Are we gonna want the Zelda game? In which we play as Zelda? The Zelda game. Exactly. I don't know now. I mean, hey, it actually is one for once. Although, to be fair, I mean, if you think about it, technically, if you look at the name, it probably wasn't supposed to be Legend of Zelda. It just ended up as that. You're not sure? I think it looks interesting, because at least they're not going to be treating it like it's like she's Link. Because she doesn't have the Triforce of Courage, and thus wouldn't have the, And she might, like, have, like, some training as a princess, but overall she probably wouldn't, so I think it looks interesting, at least. And I find myself wondering if it's going to be akin to, like, the, with the, especially because it's called Echoes of Wisdom. If it's gonna be like, kind of like Oracle of Seasons in the other one. Bringing that back, but instead having, like, Zelda. It'd be interesting if they did do that. Probably won't, but I could see it. I don't think it's that way. But, you know, I mean, it looks interesting, at least. I mean, there's a lot of big games that got announced. It's like, next year they're gonna be probably putting out the new Switch. So they're dumping everything now, like, yeah. We'll see, though. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Like, anything they had in the works, they're like, okay, we gotta release it now. Because we don't want to have most of them being single releases. Bleh. We want the new stuff to shine. Alright, where are we at? We're gonna go this way. I am seriously lost. I don't even know how I got this lost. Alright, I'm gonna run to like the 8,000 mark and then just start going across. A little bit too far, but that's fine. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm left with at the moment. There's a lot of big games. I know most of them are probably not going to be played on this channel, like, the Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, you know, I mean, if there was anything specific. I thought the monster game, the ranching up one looked interesting. You know, where you grow your monsters and then use them. I thought that kind of looked fun. So, yeah. I mean, the art style I actually quite like, so, you know, it'd be cool. But mostly I'm interested in the concept of, like, what the heck is this? Grow them from seeds and then they help you in battle. It's brilliant. Alright. I wouldn't know if I'd maintained the right... Alright, there is more savannah over there. Also, it looks like it might be storming. I think it's just raining, though. But again, like, as I'm not interested, I do need to know, because I'm... Alright, I think... There we are, we found our way back. I just did some deductions and made it back. But I mean, like, that could be cool, or... I mean, it's a Mario and Luigi game, you know, there's that. There's things. So I was just curious if there was anything specifically... Since they're all mostly kind of far out. To kind of just start planning towards. Because... Alright, where is our buddy? Wait, is that... No. This is my bed. Y'all can't have it. Alright. I don't have enough for this, but I do have enough for... this still. Yeah. No, that's true. It's more... in its own way, though, I mean, I saw people jokingly saying... Or I'm not actually entirely certain if it was joking. So we literally are getting Metroid Prime 4 before Silk Song. I was like, oof. Yep. I'm sorry to hear that you're the game you were hoping for. Did not make it. Alright, I need to be able to see Leap. Alright, so I found my way back. Actually, I could seal... I think there's water in these. Like, legit. Maybe. Who knows? Alright. Who knows? That's true. I mean, I think honestly that's what Metroid's waiting for. I know there's people going, oh, clearly it's not going to be on the new Switch. That wouldn't be a launch title. But I was thinking, you know, it actually makes some sense because, like, obviously they've been doing some tests with both the Dread and then the remake, and both of those actually did pretty well. So I don't think it would be as surprising if Dread found, or if the Prime 4, the Beyond there, right, did find its way into being there's a dumb villager going in there. Ugh. Dude, there's no way. This is smart. No, it's not smart. Alright, and then there's mobs over here as well. Dude. Yeah, blow up. And then we're just gonna go down here a second while we're letting the stuff grow. That I haven't planted yet, so I need to go plant it. Yeah. Alright, that should make that a little bit safer at least. Let me go plant this. Oh, now I understand why he's like, I can't get out. Because he can't get out. Alright, that's all fixed up. I'd probably be better if I just... But yeah, I think honestly the big thing is that for a lot of their stuff, they are just waiting for the Switch 2 at this point. Because they definitely have pushed it. Probably as far as they can go. And then they push beyond that. Because they could. You know what I'm gonna do? Alright, we're gonna put one here. And then we're just gonna kind of pick this up like so. And then we're gonna use these as just... Yeah, nothing's coming through there. Thank you. So I don't really need zombie flesh or anything, and I'd rather just have this lit up enough. Because I can. Let me keep eating this, because this is gonna... Yeah. Anyway, I'm sure for a lot of the games that they're just waiting at this point, and they're like, well, once it's out, it's out, you know? But till then, what are they supposed to do? By the way, am I carrying? I mean, there's only so much you can do until you're, able to move it forward. Which I think is the fairest thing they could do. Alright, where's my villager? Is he stuck? Really? You guys can stay in there. Yeah. Stay. Nobody else is getting in. Shoo. I don't have enough to do more than that. Sorry, buddy. Now I literally have to wait. Or I can, I mean, there's a way for me not to have to wait. I'll acknowledge it, but it's not a fun way, no, is it? Yeah. Alright. I guess no matter what I do, unless I, try to make some Fletchers. Clear this area out and all that. Didn't think this went through too well. Yep. I mean, although if I could find some coal, I guess. Yeah, you know, I have another way to do this. Okay. I'm ready to do this. This is gonna be complicated. But it's easy to make emeralds this way. Yeah. Alright. So I have enough for a few... Oh. Yeah. I have enough for a few emeralds. It's not going to be a lot, but it should be enough to get me up to iron. And then that's where we start working towards this. This is why I gathered up some iron. I was suspicious I'd need this, but I didn't really think I would. Yeah. There we go. Hi, buddy. Now I just need some more coal. That'll be easy enough to gather, but then I can just... if I can find some more, that is. I'm sure I could. Or I could make charcoal. Maybe I make charcoal. And then we'll just have to make a bunch of iron. Because I'm not gonna get paper that fast. I even buy... And literally, I mean, I have the ability to do it, like, right here. So what I'm gonna do... I'm gonna look here. And say, that extra emerald go there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out my axe here. I think it's good to destroy this anyway because it's kind of close to the village. Alright. Oh, that's theirs. So I'm going to use this to make some charcoal. Alright. There we go. Oh, and it is getting dark, but this last one here should do everything I need. +1. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and turn 4 coal into 32 coal. Charcoal. Alright. There. Yeah. And then we'll turn the iron, obviously, that we have here into more iron. Alright. We'll see how much we can sell. Alright. Here's hoping I get enough that I can just, yeah. Really make some cash. Alright, so we have almost enough to do the whole stack. Okay. Alrighty. And then we're just gonna let the iron cook a second. And then we're gonna sell the iron. Yeah. Dude. So, this will be great. You know... no. Yeah, one of the biggest, like... Hi, and you are exactly who I want to talk to with this. Yeah. See, you'll sell me that. We're just gonna try and let that go. We're gonna try and let the paper grow, or the sugarcane, without any, like... The thing that's frustrating about the sugarcane, if we're being honest here, is just the fact that it's, like, 100% just not gonna do anything. Or that it will grow so slowly until it's, like, grown a bit. Whereas this method, despite everything, is faster. Alright, I'll sell you another one. Alright, I'll sell you another one. Do you want another? There. See, that's just it. Like, I can sell you 16 diamonds worth. Here's to hoping Mr. If he's here. I hope he's in his, actually working. Yeah, he is. Okay. I don't know how much it is. I need the paper, though. Aha! And then we'll just expand. Please don't pop. Good. Rather than actually, we're just going to invest. Reinvesting. Yeah, that's what we're doing. again. Yeah, you're convenient because you're basically pure profit at this point. I don't remember what comes next on that one. I'm gonna be honest. The only thing that would be better and faster would just be a Fletcher, but I don't have gravel. Enough gravel. And I don't want to go find another piece of gravel and then be like, Hi, this should be the last one before you zoop up, and I don't think I do anything else with you. Yeah, you also. Yeah, of course. Maybe I should just try and find a Fletcher. Or make a Fletcher. What's on this? Silk Touch. But this doesn't have it. Let's just make 4. Because I can. Or are there 2? Alright. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the one that I dislike more, and it's gonna be what it is. Do I actually have a... I swear I did. I must have put it down. Aha! More is growing. Alright. Yeah, and then... yeah. Actually, let's use this to kind of just come over here and... yeah. And then we're just gonna remove these. Because honestly, what I really need is just to grow a bunch of these. Yeah. Alright. Do I... I think I have to make a quick crafting bench. Just writing. I don't see one in my inventory. Although I probably just put it down somewhere and I'm like, you know. Yeah, okay, here it is. Alright. Nope, 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 nope. Hey. I'll acknowledge I messed up there, but you have to be able to get out. And unfortunately for you, oh villagers, I outthought you. Yep. Now I just need sticks. It's amazing. So every, like, 4 blocks, I think, gives me an emerald. So it'll do. And like I said, this is just also a good way to clear this out. Because I don't really want to have all these trees here. Alright. Aaron coming, Mr. Fletcher, Mrs. Fletcher, whatever. Fletchers. Thank you. And then we'll do the same thing with this. We'll do the other guy as well. Alright, yeah, we're making emeralds now. I can go buy another map. I think they're all going to bed. Which makes sense. I mean, they're tired. Alright. We're actually going to count this as, this is our first one to keep. Yay. You. 2 maps. I could probably buy 2 more maps. Yeah. Alright, and we're gonna put everything away and just let it be for the moment. And then just cut down more sticks and all that. I guess let's keep these in here too. Because I'd rather not lose them. Yeah. So I'm just going to cut down a bunch of trees. Like I said, I think just... If I'm going to be keeping this area safe for them anyway, I do... Gotta. It's just... It's gotta be done. Even if I don't wanna. Alright. Okay. Just clearing this out, like I said. Alright. This should let me actually make a whole bunch of emeralds, and then can go sell again, I guess. Yeah. Alright. And then I suppose I could make a tree farm and all that as well. It's just I don't... I need like 4. Yeah. And then I need another 5. Yeah. And then I can buy a map. That's great. It's wonderful. Honest. And then we have another piece of paper. We have enough for almost 3 new pieces. And I would expand more, but I just... I don't want to have to wait even longer. I'm already at the point where I'm just like, yeah, I'll just clear out trees. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Honestly, it's emptier, which is better overall, right? Yeah. Alright. Let's just go see what else we got. Alright. Any more paper, please? No. Oh, shush. There we go. Oh, oops. I forgot. I forgot this happens. With this one. Yeah. Yep. Okay. That makes safer here. Made out of leaves. No. I told you I need a map. If I didn't have the need for that, maybe we could talk, but I do. It's like, do you want me to eventually ever find a trial chambers or not? Unfortunately, I need these guys. For that, so, you know. Yeah. Alright, so we've got another 2 maps worth. Let's just continue forward. Dump the emeralds in here. I guess I could do another 7. And then see what the next level is. Oh, wait, no, I can't. I really do need paper. I mean, that's what I really need, but I don't have. So getting emeralds is the best bet I've got. I wish I remembered what level. Like, I wish I knew what. I should look up what level it is. Probably. If I'm being honest. Because I know it's... I don't remember what level it is. I just remember that it's, not level 1. Hey, I mean, I'm still kind of doing something kind of not great for the village. I'm stealing all the trees to give them sticks. Speaking of emeralds, or let me get another 10. I mean, I'm just obviously justifying it, but still. Hi, buddy. Allow me to sell you all this. Yeah. And I've locked 2 of them into a fence. They can't escape, ever. So, you know. There's that as well. If you really... Right. I mean, the biggest reason to do this, though, is it's ironically, because it's like... I do go with... I still find it bizarre that they're... Yeah, I think one of the biggest things that's bizarre about their solution is still... For what they wanted to do was just... kind of... make it so... Well, either you're not going to bother exploring... Or, you effectively... How does one put this? In a way that's even semi acceptable to Twitch, you know? I mean, you basically be creating, if you're on a multiplayer server especially, you'd be traveling across the server, selling your wares, and your wares would be, you know. And of course, when the villager, there'd be certain types of villagers you don't want. So you just take them out. I mean, if you think about it, I just... I don't understand their logic. Like, I'm trying not to say exact. It's like... It's the irony of it all. Instead, I mean, what they should have done is encourage, like, well, what some mods do, you know? Certain things lead to better results or worse results. But instead, they went for the... yeah. I don't feel like I can say much. But it's that whole... Well, I mean... yeah. And I still go with the fact that the ones they made the worst were the Savannah villagers? Like... like, trade-wise? Like logic-wise? What are you thinking? And if it ever does come to the game, I will absolutely just mock it relentlessly, because that's what I'm left with. I'm like, more than anything, a very uncomfortable feeling. Ugh. But, I mean, yeah. I know they probably didn't intend it. You know, good intentions and all that. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, obviously don't need to discuss too much. It's just it's the kind of thing I look at and I go, so who thought this was a good idea? Because it definitely wasn't. I mean, ironically, what I'd argue, like, especially, it's like your villagers become a heck of a lot more like, I still go with the trades don't make any sense either, what they would have done. I don't know if they still will. I'd rather think they won't, that enough people have spoken that they just don't think it's a good idea anymore, you know? That's where I'd rather think it's gone. Alright, what's next, man? Ocean Explorer or Glass? I'm gonna leave this here. Yeah, I need to look up what it is. So, yeah. Because I just need to know how far I have to go. But yeah, it's like I said, it's the kind of thing, it's like, if you don't want to encourage certain things, you introduce other things. Or things that make it, you don't make it more difficult because you want people to explore. And here's the thing, I don't think the, I will acknowledge this, other than the fact, there's literally worlds where you can't find what you need. If they could find a way to make it so you can get any type of villager. But you have to go through like a certain method. It's not like the simplest of methods. But that you could still. And they were to, instead of like doing limiting the whole thing, that is bad for what they've set up, the too expensive. I think that if those two things were more had been dealt with, I think the update wouldn't have been that bad. Or as an update, it wouldn't be that bad. So I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt like that. Yeah. So, if we're going to give it the benefit of the doubt, right? I honestly don't actually think it would have worked out. It's just because, again, they're so overthinking everything that even that wouldn't have been enough. And yeah, anyway, but beyond that, I think to give it the best scratch they could have, yeah, if they just didn't have it be where these books need to be. You could have travel is okay. Alright. And all, but and I don't mind exploration, but the fact is, part of like what if you're going to bother using villagers, part of the only reason to do so is to yeah. So yeah. Let me make sure that this has been updated. I just need to know what level it is. I'm not like caring whether or not. I want to know what the level is. Journeyman. What level is Journeyman? Yeah, I don't remember what level's what. Well, the best way to find them is to use a villager, right? Logistically. At the end of the day. I'm just trying to remember what level is what. Not really helpful. You know what? Whatever. What level do I currently have my map maker at? Because it's obviously not this one. He's an apprentice. I'm gonna guess journeyman is the next one. But the thing I'm concerned about, if I'm being kind of honest, I am worried that, oh, well, free, nice. That the level wise that there's only like certain levels, or rather that it's a either or kind of thing. I'm concerned that's going to end up being the case. I'm hoping it's not, because that would be angering, for being totally honest. Although it just goes right back into the issues I have with these things that they think of as, like, the good idea. Like, for the amount of work something requires, it should have an equal amount of reward, obviously. I mean, it might not seem like setting up villagers is a lot of work, though. It definitely is. Again, it's that whole luck for... really. You might get lucky. You most likely will not. So... you're basically going to have to go through all the work. And it is oftentimes, at minimum, an hour's work. Sometimes you get lucky and you're at half an hour work, but if you really want to set up villagers, it's not going to be like 15 minutes. So it's the kind of thing I look at and I go, so, I mean, if you're willing to put in that time, I don't see why it's problematic to say, well, I'd like to have the ability to replace my gear when I inevitably fall into something like lava or something. Because, I mean, or I'm stupid and, you know, I fight something I shouldn't have. Because if I've set it up, it's a lot easier to do things like explore. Whereas, if I don't have all that stuff that's set up, I'm less likely to explore because it's just, well, it's dangerous to give up all your stuff that way. So, that's how I look at it. I'm like, it's weird that they're like, they want people to explore more, but then they don't want them to be able to re-gear if something happens. Even though that, how do I put this? That little net would be good for allowing you to keep going. I don't care overall at this point. Like, and as I've said before, the irony is I normally don't set up, like, I might set up villagers eventually, but normally I don't. And them even presenting it is what ends up leading to me actually having these villagers all, well, not these, but the ones back home, all set up. Because I was like, well, if they're going to get rid of them, I'm going to make sure I have mine. So, dude, what would this one be? Basically nothing. Good to know. Odd. And yeah, I mean, that's really what ended up happening. Because up until that point, I was like, yeah, I mean, I can. Like, I have my own worlds, obviously. But I was like, yeah, I guess I could. What's the point? Gear is gear. So then I'm like, well, I guess I'll be setting everything up. And have some real fun doing that. Okay, it's not really fun, but I did it. And then I played my normal playstyle on Bedrock. Until now I need to set it up just for the sake of... yeah. I have to set it up. Alright, I think... if I grab this one, this is like... yeah, we're gonna grab 24. I think that'll be enough. I can't climb fast enough. But yeah, I mean, that really is what ended up happening. Is it's just like, I was like, well, if I'm not gonna be able to use it, then I guess I'll set it up. It's that irony, that whole, if you make something not okay, people are more likely to do it. I don't know how much this is going to let me go forward, but it should help me make at least a couple panes. Alright, I can cook this in things of 8 this way, and turn it into things of 6. So... and I think I'm going the right way. Yeah. See, this is another reason to just remove the trees. Alright. I just don't know how many I'm going to be able to go through. I think I have to do a lot. Hi, buddy. Yeah. Actually, we're just gonna leave it all in. Alright, so now we just wait for some glass. I think I need 6. Alright, I'm actually gonna expand this again. Alright. Re-expanding. Because I can. There, and then I can just add some more of this in. I was going to use it, but I just... I need to expand this. It's gonna take too long. Alright. But I did pick up the ability to do the glass, and we're gonna get the glass rolling. And then we're gonna make our decision from there. I don't know if this is enough. Because honestly, I don't know how much it... I think... it's not enough. He's not here. Alright, where is he? Where is he? Aha, there you are. 11. Okay, that's a lot. I don't know how much that would be. That is a lot. True, we just wait for more. Quite a bit more. Turn them all into panes. And we see from there. Also, why is this... like, I guess it thinks it's connected, even though it's not. There. Here, we'll actually put a tree back up. 1. Maybe 2. But for us. Did he just fall down to the place where he can't get back out again? Oh, no, he didn't just do that. Alright, I need to sleep. Honestly, I wish there was a better way to put it out. Alright, shoo. I don't know where the glass is going to be at now. I just need 2 more, so I'll just wait for the 2 more. Then I'll make a bunch more panes, and then I'll sell them to Mr. Mapmaker, who will be ecstatic. And go up like 4 more notches, I think, which is not enough, but it'll be enough to kind of, yeah, we're gonna try. Alright, at least I don't think he can get back up from there. Alright, so this will be done 4 times. I saw him fall in there. I don't know if he can get back out. I really don't. I have to assume he gotta be able to get out, right? Oh yeah, right here. Alright. We're gonna see if this is enough. As soon as we find him. I mean, he must be nose-nuzzling someone. Or something. Yeah. Is this much? Yeah, so that should be enough there. Oh, there you are. Alright. You're so close. You kidding me? Alright. You know what? Yeah, I'm doing that. Because it's so close. Come on, buddy. Trial Explorer map. I need a compass, but once I have that... Alright, I need a compass. I don't have any redstone. But there is a priest, or cleric, rather. I saw clerics. Where's the cleric? He must be in his place of work. Yeah. I need this. Haha. Alright, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. I'm not gonna be able to do it right now, because I think it's too late. But I'm gonna probably stay like right here and try to get it done next time. I need a compass. Yeah. We're not that far away. I have done it. No, we're ready to, I guess, empty out junk. Yes, junk. Take the things we want. Not leaving these here. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna run over to where this is. And who'd have thought we were this close? I wouldn't have. Oh, my bed. My bed. Let me go grab my bed real quick. Alright. Don't know how big this one is, but it's something. I mean, like, I didn't think it would be this close. I mean, actually, I knew that there would be a decent chance. Because of how not rare they are. But... like... still. I'm gonna want to make ladders too. And I just left my crafting bench. But I'm okay with leaving my crafting bench, I'm gonna be honest. Alright, I think it's here. Yeah. So, I'm gonna go take a peek-see here. Is there a place that goes down? No. Alright. So... to try and get to the right exact spot, it's gonna be, like, in the water. I don't know if I wanna... Hey, Sockman. Well, just setting up to kind of go later. Not tonight. It's too late tonight, but, we got the ability to get a trial chamber. Actually, I should probably save that next time. Of course, not this time. There we go. There, and I just need a little bit more. Alrighty. Yeah. We're almost there. But I'm mostly finishing up, but I'm doing okay overall. Anyway, how are you doing? Sorry. I'm glad to hear you're doing alright. Alright. So that should be the end of this. Just like so. Ah, got it. Fair enough. Here, let me quickly just make another one of these. I just literally left one, but I didn't think to do this. I honestly don't know how many of these I'm gonna need. Nine. And of course, I'm guesstimating this. Crap. Alright. And I could just keep going down like this. Eventually I'll probably switch it to 2s, but I'd like to actually get down a ways. We'll do it from here. We'll just go up. Alright. Then we can just keep doing this. Oh, it is late. There we go. They have been for a really long time, I know that much. Can't exactly answer yes or no, though, because I don't know how long it's been. I mean, I know it's been longer than, like... I've been playing consistently. What, I mean... And, I mean, I'm sure it's like... There's a certain level. Alright. I really don't... I don't know how deep this is going to go before we even get a chance. Like, I'm hoping that it's not too bad. Okay. Alright. Alright. I only have 2 more, so this isn't going to go very much longer. Down before I have to go back up. That doesn't seem right. Oh, no. That was not what I wanted to see. Great. I think I've guesstimated this incorrectly. Well, I didn't... I take a peek around. I don't see it, so... There's only so much you can do, I'm gonna be honest. This should be right. And we'll just do this now. Oops, that's the wrong side. Yeah. And then I'll put another light here. Alright. Actually, I do need to finish. I've done what I can. I just... yeah. I just don't know how far I'm gonna have to go. And unfortunately, that makes this very difficult to keep going. I'm gonna go find out what this guy has. I'll go back down to the bottom because it's safer down there overall. Alright, you have slime. I don't necessarily need it, but it's not bad. Alright, anyway, I mean, there's only so much I could do. Yeah, I knew this was gonna happen, but there's only... yeah. I think I'm on the right track, too. I should be hopefully on the right track. So I checked this, you know? I mean, it's basically there. Yeah. And then we just do that. Do that one and do that. And then we do this here. Oop. And then I go back up and I do this here, and everything's all good. Overall. And then you just go down more. I don't know where we are on this. Aha! Alright, don't want to just... Well, I mean, I found it. So let me set it up. Ooh. Just in case. There. I don't know where we're at, honestly, other than that it's here. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it tonight, like I said. We've got everything we need, though. Alright. I'm gonna go pick up my crafting table, though. I'm gonna set everything else up. And then I think this is a good place to finish. So, by the way, if you guys have anyone you want me to raid, do tell me now. While I do this. Or they're gonna go look at my list of potential, maybe? I don't know. I don't think I have anyone this late, but I can go look. But yeah, we're here. And with my feather falling on my boots, I'm just gonna kinda... Ooh. No good canvas? Yeah. I think I have the same issue. Give me a second, let me go look. It's, cause it is so late, it's early. Do I have any at all? Well, if I loads, then I'll know. Otherwise, I don't know. So, there's that. Hello, thank you for the first time chat. I think this is your first chat. So, I don't think I could see... Yeah, I could not see before. So, if you have a suggestion, do tell me. I'm sorry I couldn't see it before now. I'm not like ignoring you. I just straight up could not see it. I'm very sorry. Although this thing happens, you know? Unfortunately with Twitch. Ah, you just said hello. Oh, hello, hello. Unfortunately, I am finishing up. I was trying to find out if anybody had anybody to raid. So I feel like it should. We found the trial chamber for next time. I've set up a temporary base for it. And... Yeah. I do have a couple people, but they're all playing Elden Ring. Anybody interested in that? I occasionally raid. Nah. Well, that's like what I have. Yeah, I mean, that's what everybody's playing. Unfortunately. Like, I was gonna be like, oh, I could do... No. I have no one. Yeah. Alrighty then. I guess... like I said, I was wanting to... I don't know... Because I'm always iffy about, like, rating someone new. I try to look into them, but at the same time, I'm not against it. Do I see if anybody's trying to do the trial chambers. Alrighty. Okay. If nobody has anybody... Hi, Knight. Have you got somebody for me to raid? Because I am trying to finish up and I just was trying to pick someone to raid. Yeah, I'm literally finishing up. I just... Everybody has nothing other than, like, I have Elden Ring, but it's not really what it's being looked for, unfortunately. Alright. I'm gonna do Pokehole. Huh. Pause. Okay. Well, I need the full name. Alright, that's not gonna be right. Right. Pause is the full name? I mean, sure, we could do that then. I have no problem with that. Come on, do this right. Alright. Alrighty. It's been a pleasure having you. I hope to see you again tomorrow for some Pets Cats 2. We'll be going back and doing more of that. Probably trying to fish for a bit. Yeah, thank you for rating earlier. Thank you for sticking around. But yeah, so tomorrow will be Pets Cats 2. We'll be doing that. We'll probably end up finishing it, or we'll just fish. We'll see. But either way, I hope you have a wonderful day / night. And thank you for popping in. And thank you for sticking around. And yeah, I hope you have a great day. Bye-bye. And should it actually loads? Because